They're off. A perfect beginning, speed from the outside for Golden Test with video evidence between horses and Benny's Jets down along the fence. Boston Bay takes back to fourth on the outside, and after a good beginning, Charity First has tailed off to last. Midway down the backstretch, Golden Test is cleared to the rail under Christoph Douglas. He's opened up 3 lengths. Video evidence is second under Kirk Johnson. Then it's Benny's Jets and Deshaun Bino third, a length better than Boston Bay and Luis Reyes. And it's well back to Charity First. A quick opening quarter, 21-3. It's Golden Test looking to sustain that speed for another 5/16 of a mile. Video evidence inches closer in second. Moving into third on the outside is Boston Bay. Benny's Jets is fourth, and it's another 15 lengths to Charity First. The half was 45-1. They corner, and it's Golden Test. The lead is down to 2. Video evidence is second. Boston Bay moving well down the far outside, and plenty of room up the rail for Benny's Jets is good enough. 3 across the track. It's still Golden Test, but here's video evidence. Video evidence puts the head in front. Boston Bay tries to rally, but he's stalling now. Video evidence now given a left-handed reminder, and will kick on to win. It's video evidence, 3 parts of a length to Golden Test and Boston Bay, Benny's Jets, and Charity First. 6 furlongs and 111 flat. They're off. Mia and Me out well from the outside with Where Is Essa. Between them, Kitty Holiday gets away third. Sea to Air back into fourth, about 2 lengths off the lead, racing on the inside with Paperback Hero to his outer. 4.5 furlongs to travel. It's a 3-pronged speed duel. Where Is Essa on the inside. Between horses, Kitty Holiday, and widest is Mia and Me. 2 lengths back to Sea to Air, and a good spot under Mascara in fourth, and Paperback Hero only has 5 lengths to make up. Quick opening quarter, 22-2. They reach the 3, and it's Where Is Essa and Juan Crawford with a short lead. Mia and Me traveling well, 3 deep. Kitty Holiday ridden along between them. Sea to Air is inching closer, getting off the inside, trying to rally, and Paperback Hero still in striking range. 45-2 to the half. They reach the head of the lane, and all 5 are in with a shot. Paperback Hero moving well up the inside. It's still Where Is Essa and Mia and Me battling for the lead. Sea to Air widest. Here comes Paperback Hero. Plenty of room up the inside. Mia and Me has put away Where Is Essa, but here's Paperback Hero and Leo Salas skimming the inside to victory. Paperback Hero a neck over Mia and Me. Then Where Is Essa, Kitty Holiday, and Sea to Air. 6 furlongs in the mud in 109-4. They're off. Lunging at the start is Forest Buzz, going to spot them about 5 lengths early. Speed from the center of the gate for Sterling Castle. Vives has him right on the lead, but have to reload and globetrotting, both keeping a close eye. Fourth on the far outside is Wet and Wild with Rise My Guy in the center, and it's well back to Forest Buzz. Just over a half mile to travel. It's Sterling Castle and Sophia Vives up 1.5 lengths. They complete the opening quarter in 22-2. Have to Reload is second under Vanek, with Globetrotting back into third under Gaskins. Zenteno has Wet and Wild 3 wide. Tough spot between horses for Rise My Guy, and now Forest Buzz getting a bit closer at the back. Midway around the turn, it's still Sterling Castle moving well up front. The top two extend as Have to Reload still races in second. The half was 45-1. Up the inside, Rise My Guy going to try and rally. Actually, he's 3 deep. It's Forest Buzz trying to rally up the inside. But now Sterling Castle spurts clear. He's opened up a quick 7 lengths with a 16th to go. It's Sterling Castle just drawing clear. A much the best victory here. The battle is for place between Rise My Guy and Have to Reload. But Sterling Castle, much the best. Have to Reload was second over Rise My Guy, then Forest Buzz Globetrotting, and well back to Wet and Wild. 6 furlongs and 109 flat. They're off over the mile 70. A good break from the center for Iron Pyrite, who's straight to the lead. Being chased now by Candid Candace, moving up on the outside. Stablemate Little Iris racing third along the rail, side by side with Voice from Above. And out wide, the trailer is My Cash Factor. They race within the 7, the pace being set by Iron Pyrite and Zeril Ford, a length to Candid Candace and Alexis Sanchez. Juan Crawford saving ground on Little Iris with Voice from Above and Kevin Nichols to their outside, and now Jadu tries to advance 3 deep with My Cash Factor. 24-1 for the opening quarter. They turn into the backside, and now Iron Pyrite taking pressure from Candid Candace. Voice from Above is racing between horses, but she's a clear third with Little Iris to the inside and fourth, and My Cash Factor out widest. It's only 3 lengths front to back. A half mile left to travel. Sanchez says go on Candid Candace and now opens up a length as Iron Pyrite begins to back out. The half was 47-4. My Cash Factor has moved well into third on the outside. Voice from Above is 3-5 and under some encouragement. Nothing from Little Iris, who's the new trailer. They begin to string out. They're midway around the far turn. It is Candid Candace on top by 3. Iron Pyrite ridden along in third. Here comes Voice from Above. Nichols takes her to the far outside, and she's rallied well. Still has 3 lengths to make up on Candid Candace. 3 furlongs and 112-3. Candid Candace is up by 2.5, but the margin is diminishing as Voice from Above begins to close. The others are tired. It's Candid Candace still leading. Voice from Above dives to the inside, but still has some ground to make up. Candid Candace will make it home on time. Candid Candace a length and a quarter to Voice from Above, then Iron Pyrite, My Cash Factor. Last was Little Iris. 1 mile and 70 and 143 flat. They're off. Pretty good beginning. Dodester out well with Speedy Connection and Z-Hub down the far outside. Speed towards the rail for Jagger Dude, who's going to try and find close position. Let's Go Liam taking back into 5th, and the early trailer is Red D. It's Speedy Connection who sprinted clear. He's up by nearly 2 with Z-Hub second on the outside under Juan Crawford. Jagger Dude tracking the pace from third under Chad Lee. Then it's 2 lengths to Dodester, who's taken back to fourth after a good beginning. Red D on the inside of the new trailer, Let's Go Liam. The opening quarter was 22-4. They approached the 3 furlong marker, and they still have 4 lengths to make up on Speedy Connection, who's traveling well on the front end. Jagger Dude is second, but here comes a rally from Dodester. He's quickly moving to second, and he's gaining ground on Speedy Connection with every stride. The half was 45-4, and the complexion is changing quickly. Speedy Connection is tired, and Dodester inherits the lead. Jagger Dude needs to do better. He's being passed by Red D down the far outside. Let's Go Liam is trying to rally from last. A furlong to home. It is Dodester on top under Ishmael Mascara. Red D and Let's Go Liam both moving well from the back. Dodester clinging to the lead. He might have moved too early. Here's Red D and Sofia Vives. Red D wins 3/4 of a length to Let's Go Liam. Dodester third, then a tired Speedy Connection. Z-Hub and Jagger Dude. 6.5 and 117. They're off. Very good beginning. Because out well from the far outside. Ash Carnelli and Legs Like Flatter from the center. But here comes Get Out the Vote. Mascara rushing to make the early lead. Leasiate takes back to fifth, and the early trailer is Sicilian Grandma. They complete the opening furlong, and the lead begins to Get Out the Vote and Ishmael Mascara. A length to Because, racing 3 deep with Alexis Sanchez. Legs Like Flatter third between horses with Crawford. Then it's a gap of 2 to Ash Carnelli and Deshaun Gaskin, racing as a pair with Leasiate and Sofia Vives. Another 4 to Sicilian Grandma and Steve Jadu. Midway round the turn, the opening quarter was 22-3. It's Get Out the Vote looking to make all. Because begins to press on the outside. Legs Like Flatter third. Here comes a rally from Leasiate. Then Ash Carnelli and Sicilian Grandma still at the back. Get Out the Vote trying to repel the challenge of Because, but Because sticks the head in front. Here comes Leasiate flying down the far outside. Because, Ash Carnelli on the rail. Because up by 2. Leasiate and Ash Carnelli trying to make a race of it, but Because makes it 2 in a row. Because and Alexis Sanchez, a photo for place between Leasiate and Ash Carnelli. Then Get Out the Vote, Sicilian Grandma and Legs Like Flatter. 5.5 and 104 and 2. They're off. Alaturka out a bit slowly. Nicole Song out well from the outside with Last Glimmer and Seguiria racing as a pair. Alaturka trails after the slow beginning. Field of 4 spread out by about 5 lengths. As they reach the 5, it's Nicole Song and Luis Reyes leading the way. Seguiria inching closer under Deshaun Gaskin. Shortens the lead to a length as they complete the opening quarter in 23-2. Last Glimmer, 2.5 lengths off the leader in third, and Alaturka trails under Zerrell Ford. They race into the turn, just over 3 furlongs to travel. Nicole Song trying to shake off the challenge of Seguiria. Last Glimmer, Sanchez takes her off the inside in third, and Ala Turca still at the back as the even money favorite. The half was 46-4. Nicole Song still looking to make all, but Seguiria continues to put the pressure. Last Glimmer descending 3 deep, and Ala Turca at the back. They corner. Nicole Song trying to fight back, but Seguiria going well in the center with Last Glimmer. Here comes Ala Turca down the far outside. Nicole Song calls it quits. Last Glimmer has the lead. The only threat is Ala Turca down the far outside, but Last Glimmer on top. 3 on the day for Sanchez and Cathcart. It's Last Glimmer. Last Glimmer over Ala Turca, then Seguiria and Nicole Song. 119-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for another day of live thoroughbred action here from the Border Oval. Main track is fast today. Unfortunately, we are off the turf due to some heavy rains over the weekend. Fortunately, the conditions now are beautiful. It's a bit cloudy outside, but it's 25 Celsius or 78 Fahrenheit with a steady 11-mile-per-hour breeze, keeping it cool coming from the west. 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. We're back tomorrow at Fort Erie. Post time will be 4:30. And a reminder that our rescheduled Almost Cool concert will be taking place tomorrow after the last race at the Tiki Bar. Admission is free. Be sure to come out for Fort Foodie Fest on Sunday, August 30th, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. Food Truck Festival and live racing starting at 12:15. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes takes place on Labor Day this year, Monday, September 7th. Also returning for Prince of Wales Day this year is the fashion contest. The best dressed ladies win a gift certificate from Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique in Ridgeway. The purse for the Prince of Wales Stakes this year has been lifted to $500,000. Also a couple of other purse increases on the undercard stakes, so there'll be nearly $1 million in prize money up for grabs on one of Canada's best cards of thoroughbred action. Be sure to come out for Track-A-Lantern, returning on Monday, October 12th. Starting at noon, kids in costume can trick-or-treat around the track. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. We're having non-winning ticket draws today at Fort Erie. Today's non-winning ticket draw features a dog goodie bag courtesy of Pet Food Outlet. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. We are part of the Gulfstream Park Summer Sweep Pick 5 today. The first couple of legs have already gone at Gulfstream, but hope you've got in on the action. We are pleased to partner with Gulfstream Park this summer. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in race 7 today. The carryover is $4,542.64. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. In race 1, we have a steward scratch of the number 4, Fairway to Heaven. Take out the 4. There'll be no show and no superfecta wagering in race 1. Race 2 is off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratch the number 2, My Emmy. Steward scratch the number 5, Solve. Overweight on the number 6, Frederica's Rose, 2 pounds over at 122. Steward scratch the number 8, La Ronde. And vet scratch the number 9, Arctic Velocity. Scratch numbers 2, 5, 8, and 9. Race 3 is clear, no changes in the 3rd. Race 4 is also clear, no changes in race 4. Race 5 is off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Steward scratch the number 2, Kid Gizmo. Steward scratch the number 6, Domer Allure. Rider change on the number 7, My Cash Factor. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. Correct the weight to 122 pounds. And steward scratch the number 8, Coach Kaylee. Scratch numbers 2, 6, and 8. In race 6, we have a rider change on the number 2, Really Thirsty. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. Race 7 is off the turf. It will now be run at 1 mile and 1/16 over the main track. We have a corrected weight on the number 4. My math is correct. Correct the weight to 122 pounds. Steward scratch the number 5, Quiet Intent. Rider change on the number 7, Mannix. Make the rider Jeffrey Alderson. Steward scratch the number 9, Conn Smythe. Number 10, YMCA. We have a corrected weight on that one. Correct the weight to 117 pounds. Steward scratch the number 11, Dreams and Schemes. Steward scratch the number 12, Pat's Gamble. Scratch numbers 5, 9, 11, and 12. Main track only number 13, Le Grand Garçon, will draw in. Seven races on tap today here at Fort Erie. Unfortunately off the turf, but luckily we still have a nice field of 9 to close out the day with the jackpot high 5. Good weather for a lovely Monday evening. Let's take a look at our selections on today's card. Race 1 is an $8,000 claimer for those which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance. It's a field of 5 to kick off the day. Actually, field of 4 with the scratch of Fairway to Heaven. So no show and no superfecta wagering. My selection is on the inside. The number 1, Ernie's Martini. Jeffrey Alderson riding this one for Kevin Buttigieg. Was a steward scratch over a muddy track last week and now returns here. Won his last 2 starts at Mahoning Valley in the spring. Now he's been freshened up. I think he should have good tactical position on the inside. 7-time winner in 32 starts. He knows how to win. Just a solid little horse. I think he should fit well with this group. Number 2, Sea to Air. Disappointed a little bit on August 3rd last week. He was getting a good trip on the inside, then swung very wide and flattened out down the stretch. Only got beat 4.5 lengths for everything. 3 starts ago, he was a winner. He could be a speed threat from the 2-hole. He won near the lead going 5 furlongs on June 30th. Ishmael Mascara rides this one for Jeff Voice. Then on the outside, number 5, Star Scholar. Getting back to the dirt after a couple of good efforts on the turf, including a win over Starter Optional 10 Company on July 6th. He has had success on the dirt, albeit against easier company. The John Sims barn has been live, as they always are, and leading rider Juan Crawford will get back in the saddle on Star Scholar. Race 2 is a maiden allowance race off the turf, going to be 6.5 furlongs on the main track. This one's for the fillies and mares. Got a few scratches here. This one kicks off the early pick 4. And obviously with the change to a dirt sprint, things change quite a bit. I've gone to the number 6, Frederica's Rose now. Steve Cathcart and Ishmael Mascara team up here. Frederica's Rose was a distant 4th over a sloppy track on July 21st, but before that raced very well to be beaten a neck by Northwest Candy. Likes the dirt and should be fairly well positioned in this short field. Number 3, Daring Dame, will try the dirt for the first time. She set the pace in a turf race over the about 7 furlongs on July 28th, led till about the 8th pole, and then gave way to be 3rd by 6 lengths. We'll see how she takes to the dirt and if her speed still shows up at this shorter distance. Then the number 4, Shoot, coming in from Woodbine. This is another one who could be a speed factor here. Raced against $10,000 Company on July 23rd, battled on the lead and then tired to be 5th. Daughter of Town Prize, probably more pedigree for turf on this one, but you never know how the class relief will help these Woodbine shippers. Race 3 is an 8,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlongs the distance. It's a split of today's first race. Kicks off the late pick 5. I'm going to the number 2, Name of the Game, who's been gradually improving as the season's gone on. Got beat a neck to a very game Where Is Essa on July 20th at the $5,000 level. Luis Reyes will retain the mount for Danny Wills, who had a 2-win day a couple of weeks ago. I don't know. The pace scenario here could be tough. The Voice has two on the outside who could both show speed, but I doubt they're both going with each other. Your Valentino could show speed from the rail. Name of the game could potentially just sit a good tracking trip here. Number 4, Forest Flash, last race on July 20th, made the lead and then completely wilted in the stretch to be 5th by 12 lengths. Before that was a pretty easy winner for 62.50. He's a bit of a hit or miss type, but he has the speed. If he can get loose, he could be tough under Juan Crawford. Then on the inside, Your Valentino was a vet scratch at Woodbine on July 24th when he flipped in the gate. Now he returns here to Fort Erie. On June 21st, he battled on the lead in a tough starter optional 10 on the turf and got tired on the far turn. It was understandable. His only dirt race came at Tampa Bay Downs, where he didn't really love the kickback from the rail, and it was a much tougher field. I don't think he's going to be as bad on the dirt as his only dirt race suggests. Zerald Ford riding this one for Sylvain Pion. We'll see what kind of position this son of Tapiture can find himself in. Moving on to race 4, it's a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs on the main track. The late pick 4 starts here. A few class risers in here, but one who's getting in a bit easier, arguably, is the number 2, Can't Argue That, who is claimed for $15,000 at Woodbine on July 30th. Stalked the pace and lacked finish when 4th of 5, beaten 9 lengths. Daughter of Speightster, she should like the dirt. She can be tactically positioned. Kirk Johnson and Julie Mathis have been a very live combo this year. I think this one in her new surroundings could be worth a look. Number 6, Dancin' Mary Marie, comes into this off of a pair of runner-up finishes. She's got 6 runner-up finishes in 19 lifetime starts. Last time was beaten by R. Lily, 2 back beaten a nose on the turf. She seems to be getting better. She's a very nervous, high-strung horse, but the longer she's here, she seems to be settling in a bit better to these surroundings. Deshaun Bino rides this one, Desmond Maynard. Then the number 5, Blazing Damsel, got a pretty easy lead, but couldn't hold on in the final furlong when racing over the sloppy track on July 21st. Was ahead behind Dancin' Mary Marie, who picked her up for that show spot. Now, this is just her second start of the year here. She could be a bit tighter and might be tougher to run down this time with Juan Crawford in the saddle. Race 5 is a 62.50 claimer for the fillies and mares. It's off the turf, so we're going to go 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And again, quite a few notable scratches. These races change a lot when they go from about 7 on the turf to 6.5 on the dirt. And I think the surface change really bodes well to the inside. Number 1, Hot Omelette, who really romped by 8 lengths at the 6.5 furlong distance on June 30th. Hot Omelette is dangerous when she can make the lead, and I don't think there's a ton of speed here. So I think if Mikey David can get her out on top from the rail, she could be very tough to catch. Number 4, Sarah's Dancer, has had 2 starts on the turf this year. Both of them have been wide trips. She raced once on the dirt last year in October and ran a good 4th for 62.50, beaten less than a length for everything. A very good effort, so we know she should like the dirt. And a wider trip shouldn't be as big of a deal in a dirt sprint. And the number 7, My Cash Factor, made her Fort Erie debut in an off-turf starter optional 12.5 last week, muddy track. She was in contention on the far turn and then flattened out in the stretch. She gets in easier here and probably going to appreciate the cut back to 6.5 furlongs. Deshaun Gaskin picks up that mount for Eric Raganoff. Race 6 kicks off the late double. It's an allowance optional claimer for the mares, going 6 furlongs. Pretty solid group quality-wise. I've gone to the number 4, Spirit Bear, making her second start for the John Sims barn. Ran a good second behind Mo Maxey, who's been a very impressive winner in both of her starts here at Fort Erie. There should be some pace to run at here. Dreaming of Hope, Firecracker Fiona, even maybe Really Thirsty could show some speed. So Spirit Bear, Jeffrey Alderson in the saddle this time, I think looks very live. The number 3, Firecracker Fiona, has had back-to-back runner-up finishes at this level. Last time had the lead at the 8th pole, but couldn't hold off a flying YMCA. She clearly likes the Fort Erie dirt. Her first start here, she blew the break. It was a mulligan. Her last 2 starts have been very good. I expect a good run from this Mickey Neubauer trainee with birthday boy Luis Reyes in the saddle. Then on the outside, number 6, Dreaming of Hope. Icon and Adamo send this one out. They took her down to Finger Lakes a few weeks ago, July 14th, and she was able to go wire to wire in an $11,000 claimer. She has enough speed that if she gets loose, she could be tough to run down. She really likes it here at Fort Erie. 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third in 8 starts. One of those thirds was a disqualification, so it's more like 4 wins in 3 seconds and 8 starts on the Fort Erie dirt. The only loss was going 1 mile and 16th. Dreaming of Hope, the one to beat with Zerrell Ford in the saddle. Last race of the day, race 7, is an open allowance race. It's off the turf, so it's going to be 1 mile and 1/16 on the main track. The Jackpot High Five has a $4,500 carryover here. Quite a few scratches, but luckily we do have an also eligible drawing in from the number 13 Le Grand Garçon. Still have a field of 9 to close out the card, so it's a good race for the Jackpot High Five. I'm going with the mare taking on the boys here with the number 10 YMCA, who really rallied impressively to win her Fort Erie debut in a 6.5 furlong non-winners of 3 allowance on July 20th. She has had some okay efforts at a 1 mile and 1/16 before on different surfaces, but I think the dirt seemed to wake her up last time. There should be pace to run at here, and this gets her qualified for some of our Cup Stakes coming up on Prince of Wales Day. Sophia Vives will ride this one for Dale DeRusso. Number 1, Scat Factor, I think looks very logical in here. He loves 2 turns on the dirt. On July 28th, he had a pretty honest pace to run at and was able to run down If You Insist, who's just a very solid Fort Erie horse. If You Insist loves the Fort Erie dirt track. He's got speed and he can go any distance. So Scat Factor, last year's Harvest Moon Cup runner-up. He's getting set up for some of these Cup Stakes as well later in the season. Alexis Sanchez had a 3-win day last week, and he gets along well with this Allison Jennings trainee, so I think this is a very logical choice. Then the main track only drawing in, number 13, Le Grand Garçon. Le Grand Garçon is a plotter who really takes a long time to get going, but he does have a nice turn of foot. You don't get to run these long races super often on the dirt here at Fort Erie. On July 7th, it was his first start off the layoff, and he ran 3rd behind If You Insist and Scat Factor, who both had some races under their belt. And then last time, on July 21st in the Slop, he came running, going 6.5 to be 3rd. Now he's had a couple of starts into him. He gets his distance. And again, if there's pace to run at, I could see him being a major player in the last furlong of this event. 11 minutes to post for today's first race. Best of luck with all of your wagers, and enjoy this beautiful Monday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. We're going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $26,550. No show and no superfecta wagering in race 1. Race 1 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Ernie's Martini. Jeffrey Alderson riding for trainer Kevin Buttigieg, who owns with Doug Snowden. Number 2 is Sea to Air. Ishmael Mascara has the call for trainer Jeff Voice and owners Robin Voice, Melinda Schuett, and MG Stables. Away from parade, number 3 is Have to Reload. Helen Vanek riding for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Amanda Enns, Mike Blake Sr., Rachel Stalker Parks, and Mark Stout. Scratch number 4, completing the field, number 5, Star Scholar. Juan Crawford rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 2 minutes to post for race 1. No show, no superfecta wagering. Race 1 kicks off the early pick 5. Race 1 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in.
3-5 favorite at the moment is the number 3, Have to Reload. This race kicks off the early pick 5. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First of 7 on a Monday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Solid wind coming out of the west. Will be a bit of a headwind down the backside for these horses. The first in will be Ernie's Martini and Jeffrey Alderson. Sea to Air and Ishmael Mascara to gate 2. 4-5 on Have to Reload with Helen Vanek. And the last in will be Star Scholar and Juan Crawford. All set. They're off. Everyone was out well. Have to Reload showing speed from the center with Star Scholar also out well. Tugging at the rider under restraint is Sea to Air, and Ernie's Martini is down along the inside. The whole field within a length of each other, but the lead does belong to Have to Reload. It's Have to Reload and Helen Vanek, a half to Ernie's Martini and Jeffrey Alderson. Star Scholar and Juan Crawford third on the outside, and still fighting the rider at the back is Sea to Air. The opening quarter was 22-4. They are approaching the 3 furlong marker, and now Have to Reload shakes a little loose. He's up by nearly 2 as Ernie's Martini travels past Star Scholar. Sea to Air is still the trailer, about 3 lengths off the lead. As they reach the 2, it's still Have to Reload. They went the half in 46 flat. Have to Reload trying to take them coast to coast. The biggest threat looks like Ernie's Martini. Sea to Air trying to rally past Star Scholar on the inside. At the furlong marker, it's Have to Reload trying to find enough to save off the challenge of Ernie's Martini, and he looks to be doing so. He's shot away by 3 lengths. Have to Reload and Helen Vanek, an easy score in the opener. Have to Reload won by 4 over Ernie's Martini, then Star Scholar and Sea to Air. 6 furlongs and 110 flat. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 3, Have to Reload. Second, number 1, Ernie's Martini. Third, number 5, Star Scholar. And fourth, number 2, Sea to Air. Unofficial race 1 order, 3-1-5-2.
Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 3, Have to Reload. Have to Reload is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Officer Mary, bred in British Columbia by Shamrock Racing Stables. Going wire to wire under Helen Vanek, Have to Reload is trained by Mike Blake for the partnership of Ascot Stud, Amanda Enns, Mike Blake Sr., Rachel Stalker Parks, and Mark Stout. First win of the season for Have to Reload, his 7th win in 37 career starts. He draws away in the late stages to complete the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:10 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Have to Reload. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Have to Reload returns $340 to win and $230. Second, number 1, Ernie's Martini, $320 to place. No show wagering in race 1. $2 exacta, 3-1, 10-10. The $1 try, 3-1-5, 7-15. No superfecta wagering in race 1. We'd like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care who have been helping us keep the grass looking green and lush. We're also proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. And a reminder that the Almost Cool concert will be taking place tomorrow after the last race at the Tiki Bar. So be sure to come out tomorrow for live racing and live music. Race 2 is up next. We're off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Stewart scratched the number 2, Miami. Stewart scratched the number 5, Solve. Overweight on the number 6, Frederica's Rose, 2 pounds over at 122. Stewart scratched the number 8, La Ronde, and Vet scratched the number 9, Arctic Velocity. Scratch numbers 2, 5, 8, and 9. 19 minutes to post for race 2.
Race 2 up next. It's a interesting maiden special weight event here for the fillies and mares. 6.5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. And this was a race that was originally carted for the turf. So we do have a plenty of scratches in here, which leaves us with a field of 5. But I mentioned it's interesting because I'm not sure who's going to hold up best on the dirt. I think horses that have raced on it, you would think the 6 in here, Frederica's Rose, if she's able to replicate that effort 2 back, it probably puts her in the winner's circle. But her other efforts, I don't necessarily care for. So I kind of default here to a horse that I used, was more looking forward to her on the grass, and that's the 3 Daring Dame. If you get a good look at her physically, she'll go by here and actually to the side. They're going to bypass going in front of me. She's a pretty big filly. She carries a lot of weight, maybe a little on the heavier side, but she's just a big boned filly as well. She's by Daredevil, and last time out when Ford was aboard, they tried to steal things on the front end. And my thought process about sort of deflecting to her as the top pick with the surface change is the fact that she finally showed very good speed early on, and that was going 7/8. I do realize it's on the turf. She might not show that same speed here on the dirt, but actually kind of like the cutback and going to a 1-turn distance for her. I wonder if she can get kind of loose here on the lead and maybe walk the dog, as we would say. So I did use her on the top spot, the number 6, Frederica's Rose. I already touched upon that race 2 back. I think that race would probably be good enough to win here, but I don't necessarily love the kind of races that surround that one. I didn't like her prior effort, and then more recently, I just feel like she didn't really fire. She was towards the back of the pack early on. She tried to roll, and she was just no match there for the top 3. The top 2 were kind of clear, and it kind of became a little strung out in the end in that field of 8. So she'll need to do more, but maybe the kind of plus today is the conditions, that we have a fast main track, where last time out she tried to roll from off of it on the sloppy going, which could be very tough to do. And then finally, the number 7, Melody Maker. I saw she was favored on the tote board moments ago. I mean, for her, this is significant class relief. She's been against maiden special weight competition, but a very different ball game when you look at the efforts at Kentucky Downs, even Keeneland on the dirt, and then her other races in Kentucky before coming to Woodbine. I guess my one knock is they put her in the maiden optional. She didn't really show any signs of life and didn't take a step forward, and her one dirt effort was extremely dull. Maybe it was the fact that it was early in her career, the conditions, but I just thought with it being such a short price here on Melody Maker, maybe go in another direction. I think if you're looking at the pick 4, you have to include her. This might be a leg that you want to buy and try to get skinny elsewhere because it is just so wide open, and these fillies really need to step up here today to graduate. So for me, I'm going to see if the number 3 Daring Dame takes to the dirt and kind of steal things here on the front end. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're off the turf, so this will now be run at 6.5 furlongs over the main track, competing for a purse of $26,550. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Ready as a Breeze. Brian Shane riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Hopefield Farm. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Daring Dame. Zerrell Ford has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 4 is Shoot. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Desmond Maynard and owners Dwayne Newsom and Lisa Jean Ryan. Scratch the 5. Number 6 is Frederica's Rose, racing for Candace Warwick. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Steve Cathcart. Completing the field, number 7, Melody Maker. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Glenn Secura. Scratch numbers 8 and 9, 1 minute to post for race 2. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Not too much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. This race kicks off the early pick 4 on today's card. 6-5 favorite is the number 7 Melody Maker. Second choice at 3-1 is the number 3 Daring Dame. Get your race 2 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 2 field set to head behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism still on the number 7 Melody Maker at 4-5. First to head behind the gate will be Ready as a Breeze with Brian Shane. Off turf here to kick off the early pick 4. Ready as a Breeze goes in. Daring Dame trying the dirt for the first time here. Zeril Ford aboard. Shoot making her Fort Erie debut under Deshaun Bino. Frederica's Rose and Ishmael Mascara. The last in will be Melody Maker, the favorite under Deshaun Gaskin. All set. They're off. Frederica's Rose broke well, as did Daring Dame and Shoot from the center. Out widest is the favorite Melody Maker, and a bit slow to begin is Ready as a Breeze, has about 7 lengths to make up on the early leader. The pace is set by Daring Dame and Zeril Ford, a length to Shoot and Deshaun Bino. Gaskin keeps Melody Maker in the middle of the track in third, racing alongside Frederica's Rose and Ishmael Mascara. Ready as a Breeze and Brian Shane still trail about 7 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. They race within the half, and the lead still belongs to Daring Dame. The advantage is down to 1.5 lengths. Melody Maker now splitting foes as Shoot races 3 deep. Frederica's Rose in contention down along the rail, and it's still 5 lengths back to Ready as a Breeze. Midway around the turn, the half was 47 flat, and now Melody Maker cruises up and takes control as Daring Dame begins to tire. Shoot is into second. Frederica's Rose looking for a path up the inside, and Ready as a Breeze has trailed throughout. They reach the top of the lane. It's Melody Maker under encouragement, but Frederica's Rose racing gamely down along the rail. Shoot is still in with a shot from the 3 path. Frederica's Rose now out finishing Melody Maker, opens up 2 lengths. Melody Maker is trying in vain, but Frederica's Rose is too good. Frederica's Rose and Ishmael Mascara by 2.5 over Melody Maker, then Shoot, Ready as a Breeze, and Daring Dame. 6.5 and 1:19 and 2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 6, Frederica's Rose, second number 7, Melody Maker. Third, number 4, Shoot, and fourth, number 1, Ready as a Breeze. Unofficial race 2 order, 6-7-4-1. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 6, Frederica's Rose. Frederica's Rose is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by St. Patrick's Day out of Bella Vincenza, bred in Florida by Stein Racing LLC. Rallying up the inside under Ishmael Mascara, Frederica's Rose is trained by Steve Cathcart for Candice Warwick. Frederica's Rose breaks the maiden in start number 6 with a savvy ride today, completing the 6.5 furlongs in a time of 1:19.2, continuing the momentum for the red hot barn of Steve Cathcart. Congratulations to the connections of Frederica's Rose. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Frederica's Rose returns $12 to win, $4.80 and $2.20. Second, number 7, Melody Maker, $3.10 to place, $2.10. Third, number 4, Shoot, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta, 6.7, $31.60. The $1 try, 6.74, $24.90. $1 super, 6.741, $48.10. And the $2 double, 3.6, $10.40. And we'd like to wish a very happy 21st birthday to Devin, celebrating here with us today. Happy birthday, Devin, from all of your friends and family here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to give a shout out to our partners at Niagara Rhinoplasty, where Dr. Jeff M. Robichaux practices. Located at 23 Hanover Drive in St. Catharines. Contact info is on screen now. And a shout out to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. Race 3, we have a late ownership change on the number 1, Your Valentino. The ownership should read Bucket List Racing Stable, Albert Manelli, John Langton, Rob Lubinsky, and Doug Jarvis. 17 minutes to post for race 3.
Time for the late pick 5 here in the upcoming third. It's an $8,000 claiming event for the Colton Geldings, and 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. It's a compact field. It's a little tough to read this one from a pace perspective because a couple of horses have shown speed. I mean, Name of the Game can be very speedy, but no doubt about it, Forest Flash always likes to make the lead when possible. So I do think the fractions and the tempo early on could be swift. And I mentioned the 2 Name of the Game can show speed. He can also rate, and I do think with the rider aboard last time out, sticking with this one here, I think Name of the Game is the horse to beat in that regard because I do think he can sit the trip, make one move. He came up a little bit short last time out behind Where Is Essa, but I thought it was a really solid effort and it worked out well. I think the change in tactics to get him comfortable early on really made a difference. So I'll use him on top. And then from here, Jeff Voice, he's got that pair to the outside. I talked about the speed of Forest Flash, and we've seen this before where Forest Flash has been in the race of a stablemate. That's the case here. I do wonder what the tactics will be. I think this probably is maybe a setup, maybe to see if Forest Flash can steal it on the front end, or maybe Silent Miracle sits the trip, and just kind of seeing where the go-to rider for the barn goes. That was a little bit maybe of a sign in my opinion, so I used Silent Miracle in that second spot. Was third best last time out. When trying to steal things on the front end on the turf, is going to cut back significantly in distance from a mile to 6 furlongs here on the dirt. But this is a horse that has that one win this year at the distance on the main track. Obviously the track conditions were different that day, but I do feel like that trip could be similar where maybe his stablemate is on the lead and, Name of the Game and Silent Miracle are tracking that one and try to run him down late. So I used Silent Miracle in the second spot. Then I mentioned his stablemate. I mean, Forest Flash is extremely quick. We see that time and time again. Obviously get some class relief coming out of that $10,000 claiming event last time out where he had to run into horses such as Always Away, Sterling Castle, who came back to win next out, as well as Mia Me rounding out the top 3 that day. So I think the class relief suits him well. If he gets loose out there, we know he can be bold. We saw that 2 starts back when he won by over 2 lengths in that event while in for 6. So for him, it really comes down to getting the lead and getting comfortable out there. We'll see if that's what unfolds, but I did wonder a little bit if the 2 Name of the Game can take another step forward off a game second last time out. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $26,550. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Your Valentino. Zerrell Ford rides for trainer Sylvain Pion and owners Bucket List Racing Stable, Albert Manelli, John Langton, Rob Lubinsky, and Doug Jarvis. Number 2 is Name of the Game. Luis Reyes in the saddle for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Number 3 is Gus's Gamble. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Beverly Curto and owner Beverly Collins. Number 4 is Forest Flash, ridden today by Juan Crawford. Jeff Voice trains and part owns with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atto. Completing the field also from the Jeff Voice barn is the number 5 Silent Miracle. Ishmael Mascara rides for owner Robin Voice. Late pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 3. Race 3 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Last call to get your race 3 wagers in. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 4, Forest Flash. Close second choice at 9-5 is the number 2, Name of the Game. Last call to get your late pick 5 wagers in. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. They start by backing in Gus's Gamble, Kirk Johnson to climb back aboard. Inside post position for Your Valentino and Zerrell Ford. Name of the Game and Birthday Boy Luis Reyes to gate 2. The last two in will be the stablemates, Forest Flash and Juan Crawford. And last in will be Silent Miracle and Ishmael Mascara. All set. They're off. A clean beginning. Forest Flash was out well, going straight to the lead with Your Valentino hustling up the inside the track between horses. Name of the Game, and to his outside is Silent Miracle. Then it's another length and a half to the early trailer, Gus's Gamble. 5 lengths front to back. They race within the 4.5, and the lead belongs to Forest Flash and Juan Crawford. They've opened up 2.5 lengths as they complete the opening quarter in 22-1. Name of the Game shares second with Silent Miracle as Your Valentino is taken back by Ford. He's joined to his outside by Gus's Gamble and Kirk Johnson. Midway round the turn, they still have to reel in Forest Flash, who's moving comfortably on the front end, a 3-length advantage to his stablemate Silent Miracle. Name of the Game begins to stall. Your Valentino comes off the inside to go around him, and the trailer is still Gus's Gamble. A snappy half in 44-4, and they still have to catch Forest Flash and Juan Crawford. They're up by 3, but the stablemate Silent Miracle moving well down the outside. Your Valentino is gaining late ground. A 16th to home. Forest Flash looking for the wires. Silent Miracle and Ishmael Mascara getting up. It's a voice exactor. Silent Miracle over Forest Flash. Your Valentino was third, then Name of the Game and Gus's Gamble. 6 furlongs in 1:11-1. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 5, Silent Miracle. Second, number 4, Forest Flash. Third, number 1, Your Valentino. And fourth, number 2, Name of the Game. Unofficial race 3 order, 5-4-1-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 5, Silent Miracle. Silent Miracle is a 6-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Silent Name out of Broken Meadow, bred here in Ontario by RCC Racing Stable. A natural double on the card for jockey Ishmael Mascara. Silent Miracle is trained by Jeff Voice for Robin Voice. Second win of the season for Silent Miracle, his 8th lifetime win in 37 starts, rallying down the outside to run down his stablemate in a winning time of 1:11-1 for 6 furlongs. Congratulations to the connections of Silent Miracle. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Silent Miracle returns $25 to win, $8.40 and $5.50. Second, number 4, Forest Flash, $3 to place, $2.20. Third, number 1, Your Valentino, $2.90 to show. $2 exacta, 5-4, 64.60. The $1 try, 5-4-1, $113.75. $1 super, 5-4-1-2, $210.60. $2 double, 6-5, 77.60. And the $1 pick 3, 97.95. We had a claim out of race 3, the number 3, Gus's Gamble. Claimed by Costas Diakaloukas, moves to the barn of trainer Ken Albu. The Trackside Tiki Bar this year is sponsored by The Place Bar and Grill, the place to go after the races at 981 Garrison Road. And a shout out to our partners at Portage M&A Advisory. You've already made history. Now it's time to make your future. Race 4 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 4 is going to kick off our final pick 4 sequence. It's a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares. 6 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. We do have a nice field of 7 going postward, and kind of looking at this group, I think if you'd use one word to describe these fillies and mares, the word would be spicy. We do have a group that's a little bit full of themselves when they came over, walking over, getting tacked up. And we'll talk a little bit more in detail about some of those horses. And someone that was certainly on her toes is the number 5, Blazing Damsel, my top pick in here, a 3-year-old daughter of Passion for Action who, really stepped up, I thought, in her first start off the freshening. It was just her second career start, first time on dirt. And I thought she ran very well. It was an off track, but she opened up a sizable lead. She got a little tired in the end, but I'm willing to forgive that performance, considering I mentioned it was her second start and her first since October. I feel like she can build upon that. I think a forward position would suit her well, and she does have to tackle one of her rivals once again to her outside, who I'll talk about in a minute, but I do think she has some upside in here. And the way she was acting, it's only her third start in terms of race day, so I'm not really worried about that. I will be more curious to see her once she hits the track with Juan Crawford. Now, the horse that finished in front of her last time out, the runner-up, the 6, Dancing Mary Marie, she's back in, and she's done very little wrong. I think when you look at her starts here, since joining the new connection, she had an excuse in that first start, or she was just tardy at the break, and that really cost her position. She tried to roll late. I don't think that's her running style, and you could see that going through her past performances. She does want to be a couple of lengths off of it at kind of the worst case scenario. So I thought she still ran well, and then in her following 2 starts, we've seen her finish second in both. Personally, I really want to see her back on the grass because I thought her effort 2 back was huge behind Silver Dart, where she was just gritty in defeat, but can understand why the connections opt for this race. This will be kind of a return to fast dirt for her, and I do think with a better break, maybe we'll see her blossom here and graduate. So she's a major player. And then finally, the number 2, Can't Argue That, was just claimed a couple of weeks ago up at Woodbine for $15,000. Comes to a spot where this is sensible. She's a little bit older than some in here, as she is a 4-year-old filly just making her 3rd career start. And if you look at her, she was tardy on her debut. She was towards the back, but I think it was also given the trip. She kind of had to kind of make her run there and didn't fare too well early on. If you kind of look at that race in terms of being productive, I already mentioned a name. Silver Dart was the runner-up, came back to win, and the winner came to double up with another trip to the winner's circle in her following outing. So it was a very productive debut race. And then you factor in last time out, she showed a little bit of speed, and looking at her pedigree, I'm not afraid about her getting onto the dirt by any means. I do think she could be very effective here in her dirt debut, but a little bit of a challenging way here to kick off the late pick 4. I think you need some coverage, and for me, I'll go to the 5, Blazing Damsel, to see if she can step up second start off the freshening. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a maiden allowance for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $26,550. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 4, Post Parade. Number 1 is It's Payday. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Number 2 is Can't Argue That. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Aaron Rickman owns and trains the number 3 Charlita. The rider is Michael David. Number 4 is Noisy Girl. Brian Shane riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables. Andrew Roberts owns the number 5 Blazing Damsel. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Joan Mitchell. Number 6 is Dancin' Mary Marie. Deshaun Bino pilots for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner Nadia Donlava. Completing the field, number 7 Blues Mommy. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. No changes in race 4. Late pick 4 wagering kicks off here. Race 4 field is heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 6 Dancin' Mary Marie, with 5-2 support on the number 5 Blazing Damsel. Last call to get your race 4 wagers in. They'll be heading to post shortly. Race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Favoritism still on the number 6, Dancin' Mary Marie. Field of 7, maiden allowance fillies and mares to kick off today's late pick 4. First to load will be It's Payday with Alexis Sanchez. Can't Argue That makes her Fort Erie debut under Kirk Johnson. Charlita with Michael David. Noisy Girl and Brian Shane. Blazing Damsel and Juan Crawford. Dancin' Mary Marie. Calmer behind the gate this time, goes in nicely under Deshaun Bino. The last in will be Blues Mommy and Edgar Zenteno. All set. They're off. Charlita was out well. Speed from the outside for Dancin' Mary Marie and Blazing Damsel out quickly. Blues Mommy in the early fray on the far outside. Can't Argue That, making an advance up the rail, just a length off the lead as the top 5 race very clustered. It's a gap of 3 to It's Payday, and the early trailer is Noisy Girl. 5 across the track in an early scrum for the lead. The short advantage to Blazing Damsel as they complete the quarter in 22-2. Can't Argue That taps on the brakes a bit there down along the inside. Out wide, Blues Mommy and Zenteno moving well into second with Dancin' Mary Marie and Bino to their inside. It's a length and a half to Can't Argue That, racing as a pair with Charlita. Now Noisy Girl trying to get going from the back, and the new trailer is It's Payday. 2 furlongs left to travel, 45-4 to the half. It's Blazing Damsel and Juan Crawford on top at the head of the lane. Blues Mommy begins to tire. Here comes Noisy Girl with momentum from the back. She still has 6 lengths to make up on Blazing Damsel, who's moving comfortably on the lead. Blazing Damsel has opened up a good margin. It's Blazing Damsel on top. Blazing Damsel and Juan Crawford go on to win by 5. Noisy Girl was second. A photo for show between Blues Mommy and Dancin' Mary Marie. Then Can't Argue That, It's Payday and Charlita. 6 furlongs and 110 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 5, Blazing Damsel. Second, number 4, Noisy Girl. It's a photo for place, or for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 7 Blues Mommy over the number 6 Dancin' Mary Marie. Unofficial race 4 order is 5476. Back in front of us, returning to the winner's circle, is the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 5, Blazing Damsel. Blazing Damsel is a 3-year-old Grey Roan filly by Passion for Action out of Larkwood, bred here in Ontario by the owner, Dr. Andrew Roberts. An easy front-end win under leading rider Juan Crawford. Blazing Damsel is trained by Joan Mitchell. Blazing Damsel breaks the maiden impressively in lifetime start number 3, completing the 6 furlongs in 1:11 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Blazing Damsel. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. And race 4 is now official. Prices are up. Blazing Damsel returns $430 to win, $320 and $290. Second, number 4, Noisy Girl, $570 to place, $450. Third, number 7, Blues Mommy, $7 to show. $2 Exactify, $4, $28.10. The $1 Try, $547, $90, $95. $1 Super, $5476, $152.10. $2 Double, a pair of 5, $67.70. And the $1 Pick 3, $197.30. On screen now is the show photo from race 4. Be sure to join the Fort Erie Racetrack Loyalty Club. Earn rewards the more you attend the races this year. Head down to customer service for the details. Fort Foodie Fest this year is sponsored by TELUS. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding in more areas of St. Catharines. And a shout out to our partners at FINA Insurance Solutions. FINA will see you through to the finish line. Race 5 up next. We're off the turf. It will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Stewart scratch the number 2, Kid Gizmo. Stewart scratch the number 6, Domer Allure. Rider change on the number 7, My Cash Factor. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin correct the weight to 122 pounds. And Stewart scratch the number 8, Coach Kaylee. 17 minutes to post.
Race 5 up next is originally carted for the turf at about 7 furlongs, moves to the main track at 6.5. It's for fillies and mares in for a claiming price of $6,250. And we do have some scratches in here, but kind of looking at what remains, it's an interesting field. I feel like a couple of horses, with it being 7/8 on the turf, they needed the 2 turns and they lose that now. And a couple of others, I mean, they're going to really need to step up here on the main track. But a horse that's proven herself many times, 7 for 11 here on the main track, is the One Hot Omelet. And I do feel like she benefits a little bit here from the surface switch. Not that she's been poor on the turf, but I've always felt like she's been a little bit better on the main track. And 2 starts back with Mikey David aboard at this distance, they were able to wire the field and do it quite easily, winning by 8 lengths. I do think overall, though, this group is tougher, so she does need to at least replicate that, if not take a little bit of a step forward. But I kind of look at that effort and also think, well, she did it gate to wire. Does she need the lead? I don't know. You look at her past performances, you start to think she might, but I do like the inside for her. Mikey knows her very, very well, and I do think they'll be able to work out a trip very close to it, if not on the front end. So Hot Omelet on top for me. The 3, Alta Calibre, is an interesting one here for Sharon Chicato. They were able to enter this horse, I believe, a week or 2 ago. It was for a grass race. It came off, scratched, and now they opt for the dirt, even with the surface change. But I think a lot has to do with that drill on August 4th. You see a breeze, 48 flat, the fastest of 8 workers that day at the 4 furlong distance. Maybe indicates that this horse doesn't necessarily need the turf or maybe a synthetic surface in that case. Is 0 for 2 on the dirt, but just at a different sort of level, right? You look at those races, obviously faced tougher down at Gulfstream Park during the championship meet. And the one thing I will say, didn't show a ton of speed in those races, but I'm not very concerned. Some of those events, especially last out, was a productive race as a whole. We'll have to see if this one's ready to roll off the freshening, but I mentioned it. Based on the work, the fact that she's by Mucho Macho Man, dirt should actually be just fine for her, especially at this level. And finally, I was torn between the 5, Sarah's Dancer, and the 10, Mimi's Holiday. And Mimi's Holiday was the horse that I really wish this was a 2-turn event on the main track for. So with that thought in mind, I did go to the 5, Sarah's Dancer here for the George Newland barn. Last time out, if you watched that race, this horse had the outside draw and just got slammed at the start. You could see Kirk Johnson and it bounced off the starting gate, and I really think that affected her performance and really any chance that she had, because then she sort of had to rush for a position and she flattened. Now she's going to get back onto the dirt, and that was sort of the selling point, was that race that we saw 3 back. It was the final time we saw her during her 5-year-old season. I know she was 4th in a compact field of 6, but she only missed by 3/4 of a length, and the winner, Fannie M, she did a lot of good things here on the main track. So I actually kind of hold that performance pretty high, and I do wonder what she can do in just her 2nd career start on the dirt. But I mentioned it, I do have to go with the proven mare on the inside. 7 for 11. She'll try to get her 8th win here on the main track. That's the One Hot Omelet. Good luck.
field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We're off the turf, so we're going to be going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. The claiming price is $6,250 down to $6,000. And we're competing for a purse of $24,375. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have the winners of today's non-winning ticket prize draws to announce. Could Claudia Cowley, Ralph, and Glenn Bro please head to customer service? Once again, that's Claudia Cowley, Ralph, and Glenn Bro. Congratulations, you have won today's non-winning ticket prize draws. Please head to customer service to collect your prizes. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Hot Omelette. Michael David rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owners Hoi Wing Ip and Michael Chung. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Alta Calibre. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Danny Lococo. Number 4 is Ladies Rum racing for Omar Dixon. Jeffrey Alderson rides for trainer Ron Sadler. Number 5 is Sarah's Dancer. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer George Newland and owner Robin Osborne. Scratch the 6. Number 7 is My Cash Factor. Deshaun Gaskin picks up the mount for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Nancy Raganoff. Scratch the 8. Number 9 is Little Fire. Steve Jadu rides. Ken Smith trains and part owns with Radcliffe Racing Stable. Completing the field, number 10, Mimi's Holiday. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Ken Smith and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Final rolling pick 3 of the day kicks off here. We are off the turf for race 5. Race 5 field heading into the chute and approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your race 5 wagers in. Current favorite at 4 to 5 is the number 1, Hot Omelet. Race 5 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money on the number 1, Hot Omelet, with 2 to 1 support on the number 3, Alta Calibre. First to load will be Hot Omelet with Mikey David. Alta Calibre and Juan Crawford will be the next to come up. Alta Calibre steps in, not quite. Now goes up. Ladies Rum in from Woodbine with Jeffrey Alderson aboard. Sarah's Dancer and Kirk Johnson up next. My Cash Factor and Deshaun Gaskin. Little Fire and Steve Jadu. The last in will be Mimi's Holiday and Edgar Zenteno. All set. They're off. Mimi's Holiday broke slowly from the outside. Speed from My Cash Factor, Alta Calibre, and Hot Omelet towards the rail. Getting away fourth, about 3 lengths off the lead, is Sarah's Dancer. Then it's another gap of 3 to Ladies Rum. 2 lengths to the stablemates trailing Little Fire and Mimi's Holiday. The early pace is contested. It's Alta Calibre at 6 to 5, battling with My Cash Factor to the outside and advancing up the rail. Hot Omelet sticks her neck in front. Sarah's Dancer is biding her time all alone in fourth. It's well back to the rest. Ladies Rum racing 2 lengths better than Mimi's Holiday and Little Fire. 23 and 2 for the opening quarter. Hot Omelet has a short lead from Alta Calibre as My Cash Factor begins to fall back. Sarah's Dancer begins to rally on the inside as Hot Omelet lets out a notch. She's drifting well off the inside, but she's opened up 2 lengths on Alta Calibre. Sarah's Dancer found some traffic along the rail. Ladies Rum is going to try and rally from the back, and My Cash Factor finding more. It's Hot Omelet and Mikey David on top by 3, now 4. Here comes a late charge from the back from Little Fire, who's moving well, but Hot Omelet wrapped this up at the 8th pole. It's Hot Omelet and Mikey David. They scramble the competition by 4 lengths. Little Fire rallied to be second, then Ladies Rum and Alta Calibre, My Cash Factor, Mimi's Holiday, and Sarah's Dancer, 118 and 4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 1, Hot Omelet. Second, number 9, Little Fire. It's a photo for show. Hold all tickets. In the show photo, it's the number 4 Ladies Rum over the number 3 Alta Calibre. Unofficial race 5 order is 1943. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 1, Hot Omelet. Hot Omelet is a 7-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Jiu-Jitsu Jacks out of Cat Dan, bred here in Ontario by Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today by Mikey David, Hot Omelet is trained by Josh Robillard for Hoywing Ip and Michael Chung. That's 10 lifetime wins for Hot Omelet, her 2nd win of the season. She loves the Fort Erie main track, drawing clear in the stretch to win in a 6.5 furlong winning time of 1:18.4. Congratulations to the connections of Hot Omelet. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Hot Omelet returns $580 to win, $390 and $280. Long Shot Little Fire, the number 9, up for 2nd, $1770 to place, $730. Third, number 4, Ladies Rum, $450 to show. $2 Exacta, $19, $58.10. The $1 Try, $194, $181.65. $1 Super, $1943, $497.95. $2 Double, $5-1, $15.10. $1 Pick 3, $103.50. $1 Early Pick 4, $595.35. And the $1 Early Pick 5 returned $1,028.10. On screen now, the show photo from race 5. Be sure to come out for Fort Foodie Fest Sunday, August 30th. Post time will be 12:15. Live racing in the Food Truck Festival, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber Internet. And we'd like to give a shout out to the Rivergate Academy, Montessori-inspired learning center for childcare to kindergarten. Visit rivergateacademy.ca for enrollment information. Race 6 changes. A rider change on the number 2, Really Thirsty, make the rider Deshaun Gaskin. 16 minutes to post for race 6.
Race 6 kicks off the late double, a nice allowance optional claiming event for the fillies and mares, and they'll compete here at the 6 furlong distance on the main track. I'll kick it off here with a horse that I think might have her work cut out from her based on her trip, but I do think the talent's there, and that's the number 4, Spirit Bear. She's a daughter of Super Speedy, who is quite big. When you look at her, she's kind of a taller type, big frame on her. She was second in her Fort Erie debut last time out, and I give her a lot of credit for that race. I don't think she broke sharp from the gate at all, from the get-go is what I was trying to say there for a moment, and it was an off track. I think this is really going to be a more of a true test of what she can do here on the main track with it being a fast surface today, and hopefully she doesn't leave herself with so much work to do. I think when you go back historically, yes, she's typically towards kind of that back flight, but there have been times where she can be mid-pack, and that's sort of the trip that I envision for her here today, and I think would put her more in the mix to defeat the horse that I think is the horse to catch, and that's the number 6, Dreaming of Hope here for Icon Racing Stables. Talk about a dominating performance last time out at the Finger Lakes. I mean, she broke on top, she stayed in front, and she cruised to victory in that race with Kibarkoa aboard. It was her first start since the winter, which I think kind of makes that effort even more impressive, knowing that she didn't need a race to be race ready. And I think the one thing that I will maybe be a little bit critical of is the distance today. You look at last time out, it was 5.5 furlongs. You look through her past performances, she can obviously win going further. We saw that last year at 6.5, but sometimes 6 furlongs has not been the best to her, but I think it all comes down to trip. The outside draw is picture perfect for her with that speed. She can get over and clear, and I think if she's loose on the lead, watch out. She is the horse to beat. Finally, a horse that could maybe give her a run for her money early. That's the number 3, Firecracker Fiona, who I thought was very game in defeat in both of her most recent efforts. One jab too many. I really respect that filly. She was able to win that race on July 6th. And then this is a mare that came back 2 weeks later. She made the lead late. She surrendered. And she was second to YMCA, who we'll see later today tackle the boys. So, you know, I give her a lot of credit. I think she's been second best to very nice fillies in both of those efforts. And I talked about the pace perspective. I think she could be in the mix early, and maybe that hinders Dreaming of Hope a little bit. Maybe Dreaming of Hope is still a little bit quicker. But I like what we see from Firecracker Fiona so far this meet. Her one poor performance is where she was not sharp from the gate at all, which really is uncharacteristic for her. So I do think she's going to be a major player here from a pace perspective. But looking at some others in here, Periwinkle's intriguing, really thirsty. You have another horse here for Steve Cathcart, who's been red hot this meet, just making that second start at Fort Erie. It's a really competitive event here to kick off the late double.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late rider change in the 7th race. If you turn your programs forward to race 7, the number 2, Thelonious, will now be ridden by Michael David. Put Michael Davis on number 2, Thelonious, in race 7. Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is an allowance optional claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race other than maiden claiming or restricted allowance, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We're traveling 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Abitibi. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Number 2 is Really Thirsty. Deshaun Gaskin picks up the mount for trainer Sharon Chicotto, who owns with Jim Vatier and Michael Thomas Green. Carl Norris and Todd Brown own the number 3 Firecracker Fiona. Luis Reyes rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer. Number 4 is Spirit Bear, Jeffrey Alderson riding for trainer John Sims and owner Deborah Fletcher. Number 5 is Sam Pacero's Periwinkle, Edgar Zenteno in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu. Completing the field, number 6, Dreaming of Hope, Zerrell Ford rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Late double wagering offered here in race 6. Race 6 field heading into the chute before the starting gate takes position. Last call to get your race 6 wagers in. Late double wagering starts here. We've got a 4-5 favorite in the number 6, Dreaming of Hope. 4-1 on the number 4, Spirit Bear. Last call to get your race 6 wagers in. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 3-5 now on Dreaming of Hope, now 1-2. First to load will be Abitibi with Juan Crawford. Really Thirsty, making her Fort Erie, not debut, first start off the claim with Deshaun Gaskin aboard. Firecracker Fiona and Luis Reyes. Spirit Bear and Jeffrey Alderson. Periwinkle and Edgar Zenteno to gate 5. Last in will be Dreaming of Hope and Zerrell Ford. All set. They're off. Spirit Bear out a bit slowly. Good speed from the outside for Dreaming of Hope, who's quick to the lead, but now being joined by Really Thirsty under restraint. And that causes Abitibi to have to take a hard check back to last. Now Spirit Bear trying to make a rally on the outside. Also racing close to the pace are Firecracker Fiona and Periwinkle. It's a bit of a messy opening section of this race, but the lead belongs to Dreaming of Hope and Zerrell Ford. They went the opening quarter in 22-4. They race within the 3.5. It's Firecracker Fiona and Reyes in second. Really Thirsty getting going again on the inside under Gaskin. Periwinkle has been 3 deep throughout under Zenteno. Then it's Spirit Bear, who tried to make an early run but now appears to be stalling. Well back to the troubled Abitibi. Dreaming of Hope skips open 4 lengths as she completes the half in 45-2. Really Thirsty is in second, coming off the inside as Spirit Bear going to try and re-rally along the rail, but as they reach the furlong pole, nobody has threatened Dreaming of Hope to this point. Here comes Periwinkle down the far outside. Spirit Bear coming up the rail. Dreaming of Hope begins to tire, but has enough of a cushion and will hold on. Dreaming of Hope by 2 over Spirit Bear, then Periwinkle, Really Thirsty, Abitibi, and Firecracker Fiona. 6 furlongs in 1:10. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 6, Dreaming of Hope. Second, number 4, Spirit Bear. Third, number 3, Periwinkle. And fourth, number 2, Really Thirsty. Unofficial race 6 order, 6-4-5-2. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have posted the inquiry sign, and we have a rider's claim of foul involving the early action in this race. The rider of number 1, Abitibi, claiming foul against the unofficial winner, number 6, Dreaming of Hope. Once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 1 against 6, as well as a steward's inquiry looking into the early running in race 6. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're on track with us, we advise that you might back away from the rail, as we do have a loose horse on the track. So for your own safety, maybe just back away a bit from the trackside rail. And the loose horse has been apprehended by the mounted outrider. Steward's inquiry is still ongoing. Once again, this is a steward's claim of foul, steward's inquiry and rider's claim of foul. Ladies and gentlemen, for interference in the backstretch run, the number 6, Dreaming of Hope, has been disqualified and placed 5th behind the number 1, Abitibi. Race 6 unofficial order is now 4-5-2-1. Once again, that is a disqualification for interference by the number 6, Dreaming of Hope, placing her 5th behind the number 1, Abitibi. Your new winner of race 6 is the number 4, Spirit Bear, a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Super Speedy out of Bear's Gem, bred here in Ontario by Kingview Farms and Doug Anderson. Jeffrey Alderson with the winning ride for trainer John Sims and owner Deborah Fletcher. That's the 4th lifetime win for Spirit Bear. Race 6 order 4-5-2-1 will be made official shortly. And race 6 is now official. Prices are up. Spirit Bear returns $6 to win, $3 and $2.30. Second, number 5, Periwinkle, $3.60 to place, $2.60. Third, number 2, Really Thirsty, $3.50 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-5, $19.20. The $1 Try, 4-5-2, $32 even. $1 Super, 4-5-2-1, $156.70. $2 Double, 1-4, $25.20. And the $1 Pick 3, $30.25. And be sure to mark your calendars. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Labor Day, September 7th. The purse of the Prince of Wales Stakes this year has been increased to $500,000 on top of a couple of other purse increases on the card. There'll be nearly $1 million of prize money up for grabs on Prince of Wales Day. Race 7 coming up to close out the card here at Fort Erie. We're off the turf, so this will be run at 1 mile and 1/16 on the main track. Rider change on the number 2, Thelonious, make the rider Michael David. Corrected weight on the number 4, my math is correct. The weight should read 122 pounds. Stewart scratch the number 5, Quiet Intent. Rider change on the number 7, Mannix, make the rider Jeffrey Alderson. Stewart scratch the number 9, Conn Smythe. Corrected weight on the number 10, YMCA. The weight should read 117 pounds. Stewart scratched the number 11, Dreams and Schemes, and Stewart scratched the number 12, Pat's Gamble. Main track only number 13, Le Grand Garçon, will draw in. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're on track with us, take note that our infield tote board only has 12 spots. We don't go up to 13 on the infield tote board. So if you're looking for the odds on the number 13, Le Grand Garçon, please refer to the infield monitor or the TV screens throughout the building. 11 minutes to post for race 7.
We wrap up the Monday program here with a very nice allowance event that was originally carded for the turf, but moves to the main track at 1.1 miles. And a couple of horses that I didn't necessarily think would stay in, they opted to. So it'll be very curious to see how they kind of perform here and if they're able to take their turf form onto the main track. I think a lot of folks will look at the one Scat Factor, who've been really impressed with his progression. It's sort of the same thing that we saw last year as a 4-year-old. He just got better as he continued to race throughout the season, and that was certainly the case last time out when he was able to get that victory. But I did want to go into a little bit of a different direction here in terms of the top pick. And I go to the 6 here, Lasting Silence, Juan Crawford, Sharon Chicado teaming up. You look at the last performance and you go, okay, the horse was favored. I give that kind of race as a whole a lot of credit and a lot of weight here on Lasting Silence. It was just his second start since the fall, second start in the barn, and you looked at how well he ran on the turf, second to Mad Dog and Joe. Then he had to kind of tackle an off track and roll from off of it. He was almost last in there. He rallied to finish there in front by just a neck, in a ride that I thought was beautifully timed there by Juan. Obviously knows this gelding quite well and is going to have to stretch out, but we know this horse can go long based on his prior form, based on the 2-turn turf effort. I think this horse is really intriguing here going long on the dirt. So we'll see how the fast track does play for him, if he's able to handle it, but I did want to use him on top. The one Scat Factor, I'm sure the connections were happy when they saw the wet weather over the weekend, because he's certainly a dirt horse, and I talked about him getting better as he progressed through his 4-year-old campaign. I thought his last 2 were very solid. If You Insist was able to just get a perfect trip in that allowance event back on July 7th, where I felt like the other riders were sort of gunning for their position. And If You Insist, and I believe it was Juan Crawford that day, they were able to stay towards the inside and just save ground where everyone else was really hustling for position. So I think that kind of worked a little bit against Scat Factor, but last time out was able to put it all together and win nicely by 3/4 of a length. Was able to turn the tables on If You Insist, and Baxley, who was that fresh face here at Fort Erie, who was unable to fire his best effort. So Scat Factor ran very well, and just looking at his form last year, I do think he has the ability to take even another step forward here in just his 4th start of 2026. Finally, from here, wide open, looked at several horses in here. Looked at the 7, looked at the 8, looked at the 3, but my gut told go to one of the MTOs, the only one that stays in here, and that's Le Grand Garçon, who, you look at him, he hasn't been able to punch through, but he's always been a player for the minors. When you get a look at him, you can't miss him. He's a beautiful, big gray, almost white horse. It takes him a while to get going. He's got that big lumbering stride, so I think in that perspective, it makes him a little tough here on the top spot, but a major player underneath. And, you know, the outside draw, not necessarily ideal for him, but we know his style, so I don't think it really hinders him all that much when it's all said and done. So for me, the 6 Lasting Silence will be the top pick. Then I'll go to the Rail Runner, the 1 Scat Factor, and round it out with the big gray, the 13 Le Grand Garçon. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up off the turf, so it will now be run at 1 mile and 1/16 over the main track, competing for a purse of $28,800. Race 7 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover, $4,542. And a reminder, if you're on track with us, the number 13 Le Grand Garçon does not have a spot on the infield tote board. If you're looking for his odds, please refer to the infield monitor or the TV screens around the building. Race 7 post parade. Number 1 is Scat Factor. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Allison Jennings and owner Logan Freitz. Number 2 is Thelonious. Michael David picks up the mount for trainer Ken Smith and owner Ashley Palmer. Pan Am Racing own the number 3 Ghost Hero. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Steve Cathcart. Number 4 is My Math is Correct. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Scratch the 5. Number 6 is Lasting Silence. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicato and owners Danny Lococo and Mary Biamont. Gary Chadobiak owns and trains the number 7 Mannix. Jeffrey Alderson picks up the mount. Number 8 is Mad Dog and Joe. Zerrell Ford rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Scratch the 9. Number 10 is YMCA. Sophia Vives rides for trainer Dale DeRusso and owner Rusty Wood Stable. Scratch numbers 11 and 12. Completing the field, number 13, Le Grand Garçon. Luis Reyes rides for owner-trainer Tom Steer. Field of 9 to go the mile and a 16th to close out the Monday card here at Fort Erie. $4,500 in the jackpot high five carryover. Get those wagers in. Race 7 field is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your jackpot high five wagers in. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Even money favorite is the number 8, Mad Dog and Joe. They'll begin loading by backing in Scat Factor. Scat Factor backs in. Alexis Sanchez to climb back aboard. Mikey David looking for his second win on the card. He picks up the mount on long shot Thelonious. The Oklahoma bred Ghost Hero looking to give Ishmael Mosquera his third win on the day. Goes up. The gray, my math is correct, with Kirk Johnson, a last out winner. Lasting Silence, another last out winner, Juan Crawford aboard. Mannix with Jeffrey Alderson. 3 to 5 now on Mad Dog and Joe and Zerrell Ford. Goes up. Not quite. And it looks like Mad Dog and Joe is set now. The mare, YMCA, and Sofia Vives. Goes up. Last in will be Le Grand Garçon and Luis Reyes. All set for the nightcap. They're off over the mile, 16th. Out a bit slowly was Ghost Hero, Mad Dog and Joe making a rush for the early lead, but my math is correct, intent on keeping him honest in the early running. Lasting Silence going to find himself in a good position, third, about 6 lengths off this early speed duel with Mannix in the orange silks to his outside. Then we have Scat Factor racing in mid-pack, a length better than YMCA. A gap of 2 to Thelonious racing on the outside of Ghost Hero, and the early trailer out wide is Le Grand Garçon. Look at that opening quarter for the mile and the 16th. 22 and 2. It's sprint-like fractions up top. My math is correct, and Mad Dog and Joe have opened up 8 on Lasting Silence, who bides his time under Crawford all alone in third. It's another 2.5 to Mannix in fourth. Then we have Scat Factor 5th, Ghost Hero 6th, YMCA 7th, a gap of 3 to Le Grand Garçon, who has now overtaken Thelonious. 45 seconds flat to the half. They race into the sunset turn. The leaders begin to tire. Mad Dog and Joe on the outside. My math is correct on the rail. Lasting Silence gains on them with every stride and is about to take the lead like they're standing still. Here comes a rally up the inside from Scat Factor in mid-pack, passing Mannix, Ghost Hero to the outside. Le Grand Garçon getting going from the back. Nothing from YMCA, and Thelonious trails. 1:10 and 3 for 3/4. They reach the head of the lane, and Lasting Silence is now in a race of his own. He's up by 7 lengths. Scat Factor is into second and moving well. Sanchez looking behind him. Here comes Le Grand Garçon from last. It's still Lasting Silence on top. He has a 5-length cushion and a 1/16 of a mile to home. Now just 70 yards. Lasting Silence, beautifully ridden, beautifully tripped, a beautiful score. Lasting Silence and Juan Crawford by 4 over Scat Factor, Le Grand Garçon, Mannix, Ghost Hero, Thelonious, YMCA. My math is correct, and Mad Dog and Joe, 142 and 4. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 6, Lasting Silence. Second, number 1, Scat Factor. Third, number 13, Le Grand Garçon. Fourth, number 7, Mannix. Unofficial race 7 order is 6-1, 13-7. And fifth for the jackpot high 5 was number 3, Ghost Hero. So your jackpot high 5 numbers in race 7 are 6-1, 13-7-3. Race 7 is now official. Back in front of us, returning to the winner's circle, is the official winner of today's 7th race, number 6, Lasting Silence. Lasting Silence is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Silent Name out of Lasting Memory, bred here in Ontario by Garland Williamson. A riding double on the card for Juan Crawford. Lasting Silence is trained by Sharon Chicotto for owners Danny Lococo and Mary Biamont. Sitting a perfect trip and pouncing on the far turn, Lasting Silence earns his 2nd consecutive win. His 6th lifetime win in 16 starts, a model of consistency, a winner on any surface, any distance, it doesn't matter. Lasting Silence is just a nice horse. He completes the mile in 1/16 today in a time of 1:42 and 4, about 7/100ths or 7/10ths off the track record. Prices are up. Lasting Silence returns $5 to win, $3 and $2.40. Second, number 1, Scat Factor, $3.80 to place, $2.60. Third, number 13, Le Grand Garçon, $4.50 to show. $2 exacta 6-1, 14.10. The $1 try, 6-1, 13, 37.45. $1 super, 6-1, 13.7, $415.80. More information about the jackpot high 5 payout will be available later. $2 double, 4-6, 24.40. $1 pick 3, 37.10. $1 late pick 4, $106.45. And the $1 late pick 5, $1,381.60. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. Post time will be 4:30. And a reminder, tomorrow's card will be closed off with the free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring Almost Cool, so be sure to come out for the races and the free concert. Tune into the Fort Erie Race Replay Show on your TV Niagara, channel 70 HD or 100 Epico, Thursday at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. And that concludes today's racing card here from Fort Erie Racetrack. We'd like to thank everybody who joined us here today. We'll be back again tomorrow for a 6-race card at 4:30 with the free concert from Almost Cool at the Tiki Bar after the races, so be sure to come out tomorrow. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Monday evening.